Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
You get a mic.
What was on?
No, I didn't.
It's on.
I turned it off.
Something is on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the fairgrounds this morning here at the North Carolina Western Ag Center. And we are getting ready to begin our own heifer show this morning. And we've got our first animals lining up in here, looks like, on a Sunday morning. Hope you took some time to think about the day and to thank the Lord above for the gifts that he gives us. This morning we have with us Dr. John DeClerc, who is going to be our judge. He hails out of College Station, Texas. He is the incoming executive vice president of the American Simmental Association and currently resides in College Station. He earned his bachelor's degree from Texas A&M University and completed his graduate studies at Texas Tech University. He's a former livestock judging coach at Iowa State and Texas Tech. And John led 3 national champion teams, making history as the first coach to achieve this feat after competing on national champion teams at all 3 levels, both at 4-H, junior college, and senior college. Dr. Clark has judged numerous prestigious state and national shows, including the American Royal, the North American, Cattlemen's Congress, and National Western. Dr. Clark, we welcome you this morning, and we look forward to some good cattle in the ring, and we've got our first class in the ring at this time, and we're going to be rolling with that. So I'm going to work some today with Wes Carpenter, a voice that we all know here in North Carolina, associated with the Hereford Association and other fairs, and we look forward to the day. If there's anything you need while you're here in the building, please let us know. I will remind you that the hospitality suite is located in the upper level beside the show office. Stop in, get yourself a snack, and I'm assuming our concession stand will be open later today. We'll advise on that, but we'll get started on our show this morning. Welcome again.
Thank you, Weston, for that great introduction of our judge this morning. First class we got in the show ring is our junior heifer calves, and we have a single entry.
Well, good morning, folks. Look forward to an excellent day of sorting through some Hereford cattle here. I had a good conversation with this young lady. It's really refreshing to find a heifer out here that kind of checks a lot of boxes in terms of production parameters and still having some phenotype. That's a dark red-eyed heifer here that's really impressive in terms of her genetic profile. If you kind of take a look at the numbers here, her Baldy maternal index and CHB certainly positions her in elite sector of this breed's registration base. She's really nice numbered. And then on foot, you got to like the practicality, the feet and leg structure, and certainly want to bank on her being the type that could really thrive out in production. So my congratulations to this young lady on a nice little heifer calf.
Your winner in that junior heifer calves class is exhibited by Jordan Mitchum with MF3C Carmel Dino 05N. Next class coming in the ring is our junior heifer calves. We have 2 entries in this class. Have everybody's attention. The silent auction, which is up there by the office, it will be closing at 10 this morning, so make sure you go by and get your bids in for the silent auction. It will be closing at 10. Thank you.
Boy, really nice pair of heifers here, and it's kind of fun to get to study cattle with this much quality. I think you could certainly justify going either direction. It's kind of your classic trade-off. The heifer that wins is so sleek and smooth. I think we get directly in front of the cattle. I really like just how she's laid in at the point of her shoulder. I love the femininity in terms of the shape to her neck and her head. And, boy, she's awfully long and level out of her hip and takes a big athletic stride out of her rear skeleton. probably not quite as big-footed in terms of just her stoutness down low, but she still sets the surface with more comfort and cushion, and she's the type of female that's really got a commanding look here from the side. Maybe we could pick her neck up just a little bit and send it higher out of her shoulder, but more than anything, she's probably giving up a little of that extra stoutness and power compared to the heifer that comes in second. The second place heifer here is really impressive. When I get behind the cattle, it's hard to miss the extra natural thickness this heifer has over the top side of her skeleton. That trend continues from behind. She's really broad out of her hip. This heifer doesn't have a lot of condition on her, which I value. I think she's going to be one that's going to be flat out massive at some stage, and I actually probably prefer her neck set just a little better than the heifer in front of her. She gets just a nickel wobbly on her pasture and there from behind. Might be just a first time to the show ring and getting some jitters out here, but more than anything, maybe just not quite as level as an individual, but a fantastic pair of females in this class.
Your winner in Class 2, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley from Sparta, Tennessee, with MCS Iggy 225. Second place was Grant Helsinger from Germantown, Ohio, with GKH LLH HPH 42J Charlotte 2503. Now we're moving over into our championship drive for our junior heifer calves.
Well, it's a great first division of cattle here, and I certainly liked and enjoyed judging through them. This is kind of what it's all about. I'm a big believer in the show ring because I think it's such a good vehicle to teach our students and these young people about raising cattle in the production industry. We got 3 heifers out here that certainly these kids have obviously raised and done a great job with. We talked about that heifer out of that first class. I was so impressed with the numbers that she has, the extra pigment. That female looks like one, though, that really thrive in production. Then the pair out of the second class, a little further along in terms of where they're at. Both of them have really got a commanding presence from the show ring there. I end up using the smoother built female that I thought was just a little bit more flexible and had a little more freedom out of her hip and hind leg to date. I thought the heifer that was in second had a big upside into her in terms of just the amount of thickness and power and where her neck set is at. She's just probably a little behind the 8 ball yet today, but I probably prefer that long term. I think both those heifers are in the right kind of rig to be awfully competitive as big ones. So nice set. We're going to keep the pair together out of Class 2. They'll be our champion reserve in this division.
Your champion for the junior heifer calves came out of Class 2, Mary Carter Shirley, and your reserve was Grant Helsinger, also coming out of Class 2. Now coming in the ring is Class 3. These are senior heifer calves. Class 3.
We got a really nice pair or set of cattle here. I like all four of these heifers, and I think it's impressive to just to view the quality of these particular females. I thought the heifer, the one for me, is probably the toughest one to poke a hole in. She's very problem-free in terms of her basic build. I read just a little bit more bend built into her forearm and knee than the heifer that resides in second. I think she's a female that probably got the right kind of just frame score and length that I'm after. Big fan of just this heifer's moderation of frame size, because that seems to be conducive to cattle that really thrive in production. Yet she's still got the length of body where she's going to push down the scales with some performance. And obviously we start seeing these feeder calves get north of 350 a pound. We want to be able to do that. Both these heifers have got just a little bit more birth weight bred into their pedigree. The difference is this heifer combos that up with really nice carcass figures as well. And I think that heifer structure is very commendable. I thought it was close because the heifer in second has got some wild pieces. She's out on the edge in terms of just altitude and height up through her front end. Her neck is a mile long, and we get behind the cattle. There's quite a bit more natural thickness just right through the base of that heifer's quarter. She's really stout in her bone. She's really attractive up through her front end. I'd certainly want to keep an eye on her birth weight. We go to breeding that particular female. She maybe rounds out of her hip just a fraction, but I think that one could be big time as a bred, as she's got a very promising future in front of her. Good luck with her, young lady. I think she's going to be fun. I like this heifer that comes in third. I think her moderation of frame, extra practicality, and fleshing ability is certainly something I would bank on and being an asset in production. I do think that female is one that's really motors with some reach off either end of her skeleton here. Probably just not quite as chiseled out up through her throat latch and front end as the cattle that stand in front of her, perhaps compared to the really stout females. She's starting to get just a little caked up there around her tailhead and just not quite as broad in her pin set. Nice heifer that closes the class. I mean this in all sincerity. That's a good female. She's long and extended up front, really clean through her chest floor, got a good column of bone underneath her. She's got some thickness, giving up just a little bit of performance to date, maybe just a nickel round out of her hip. But boy, I'd certainly take a pasture full of them that look like that.
Winner in Class 3, owned by Mary Carter Shirley from Sparta, Tennessee, with MCS Rita 624 ET. Second place was owned by Anna Kate and Hannah Jane Davis from Linville, Tennessee, with HR 101D Nadia 4058 ET. Third place owned by Sedona Sifford from Goldvein, Virginia, with RCF 977 23K Magnolia M226. And fourth place was owned by Peyton and Hannah Trail from Manchester, Tennessee, with HR 53H Patty 4062 ET. Next class in the ring now is Class 4 of senior heifers.
Well, another great class of cattle, and I think a lot of these females out here really kind of portray the traits that have been just a hallmark of the Hereford breed, just in terms of functionality, practical kind of build to look like they could really get the job done, kicked out on forage here. I think the top pair maybe got a little bit more bells and whistles to them in terms of just the look and the style that they portray. I landed on the young man's heifer that wins because I think she's probably just a little bit more composed in her look from the side. I make that assessment because she draws a little leveler from hooks to pins. And I think the extra depth that she's got there to her flank probably caps off just that high quality image that she's got here from the side. I'm enamored with just how feminine she is at her head. We could get a little more pigment around her eye, but I think the shape to her head is really impressive. I like the set of the angle that her neck comes out of her shoulder blade there. Chest to flank, it's tough to draw them any better than that. And then that heifer gets out and goes really well in terms of structure as well. Now the question on her comes just how much more gas has she got left in the tank. We probably could give her just a little bit more stretch and extension all the way throughout. But I think that's the type of female that is extraordinary in terms of her balance. Long term, you might want to take the heifer in second home because she does have just a little bit more scale and scope. She's really progressive in the stoutness of bone that she has, and like our winner, that one's pretty cocky in the way that her neck comes out of her shoulder blade. I think she's got plenty of depth to her midrib as well. Her shoulder maybe doesn't just tie onto her forerib quite as smooth as what our class winner is. I think she's maybe a heifer that's naturally a little lower in her pin set, in concert with getting just a little snug in her flank today, and those two things maybe offset her balance just a fraction, but that heifer has got a very bright future in front of her, and I'd certainly like to be hanging on the halter of that one. Great female that comes here in third. She's probably a heifer that you appreciate for having just a little bit more natural performance as an individual, but she's still equipped with the fleshing ability to be able to thrive in production. Appreciate those attributes of them. We probably could even halt maybe a little of that extra white tissue that she's getting established there around her tailhead and through her udder, just from an aesthetic standpoint. And then thinking about her long-term lactation, she just doesn't have quite the look of the pair of cattle that stand in front of her. Like the moderation, the heifer that comes in 4, she too is just huge in terms of the depth and the sweep to her midrib. Actually a little longer and neater up through her front end than what the heifer that stands directly in front of her is. When I get behind the cattle, I just wish she's a little bit more authentic in terms of her width. She maybe wants to wedge the wrong direction from hooks to pins. I like the shape of the heifer that comes next. Boy, this heifer is really bold rib. Got a nice amount of thickness over the top side of her skeleton as well. Just like to redesign her structurally, a little straighter off either end of her skeleton, a little bit more abbreviated in terms of her step. We complete the class with a deep-sided heifer here that's really easy fleshing. I admire that about that particular female. I think she's one that's really going to get the job done in terms of production as well. Maybe just like to see her a little wider from behind. Could probably pick her up a little bit in her neck set to be ultra picky.
Your winner in Class 4 was owned by Evan Jackson from Holiday, Tennessee, with HR 5878 Evelyn 4046 ET. Second place was Rhett Day from Telford, Tennessee, with Dave Breckerin C 1857 119 MET. Third place was Bo Knight from Comer, Georgia, with BPK CES Lucky Penny B12. Fourth place with Reed Tutwilder with Fancy. Fifth place was Tanner Mantooth with RMB Delicious Caramel 493M ET. And sixth place was Houston Fowler with IFFF Lori 2405. Now in the ring is Class 5. These are senior heifers.
Well, great class of fall heifer calves out here. Very commendable from a quality perspective, and a lot of good ones. You certainly could do some different things. Obviously, we got some cattle out here. You could tell it might be their first trip to town, and they're kind of fighting the halter, and maybe that takes just a little longer to appreciate them just because of their not being the best teammates. But I think we got a really fun top pair to discuss here. The heifer that wins, I just kind of want to coin her as just the overwhelming heifer. She's extremely massive in her center. I get behind the cattle. It's hard to miss the natural thickness that she's been dealt. I think from the profile, you draw back this heifer from the side, and she's long and extended, very fresh at the top side of her neck. And I like the fact that she's got a good articulate hind leg on her as well. Now up front, I maybe could start to change her a little bit. She's getting a little north of the chubby line down there through her chest. We'd certainly like to tone her back from a condition perspective there. Maybe reads a little mature for her birth date in terms of what her head looks like, but I think that's a nice heifer that looks like she's got bull make and power and still built with just a tremendous amount of look here from the profile. I thought about the switch, and I entertained it because I think the heifer in second, to me, looks just more authentic in terms of her condition. I think that heifer just reads just her shape to her head and her youthfulness, probably more what a fall heifer ought to look like at this stage of the game. I appreciate the fact that she's one that looks like her best days are still ahead of her in terms of where she's at from terms of condition. Like a lot of cattle, maybe they're a little greener in terms of their make. She's not as filled out down there through her flank line, but that dark red heifer is one that's got a great look. She's really smooth and sound, and I think that heifer's got a big-time future in front of her. Maybe like our winner, we could probably tone her back just a fraction in terms of her tail head. Awful good heifer that comes here in third, and I want to really brag on just the practicality of this heifer. I have just really love that the shape to her head and neck from a femininity perspective, but my favorite attribute of her is just that body cavity. She's got so much depth and fleshing ability. I just like to combo that up with maybe a little bit more just genuine width. We get behind the cattle. She's just a little bit narrower as an individual. Big fan of this heifer in four. She's got some really impressive pieces. Big bone, bold rib, extremely dimensional, probably got just a little bit more look in terms of where her neck comes out of her shoulder blade. At times she wants to round out of her hip, maybe get just a little unorganized in the way she pulls together her top line and the way she goes out of her hip and hind leg posture. Good heifer that comes next in five. I think this heifer is a female that you appreciate in terms of the skeletal strength that she's got built into her top line. I still think that heifer is one that's pretty smooth at the point of her shoulder blade as well. Probably could open her up just a little bit when we get behind the cattle. Maybe got just a little bit more hide and skin that hangs underneath her neck and throat latch there. Female that comes next, another female that's got spring to the top side of her rib cage. Reach pretty moderate in terms of her frame score as well. Like to see her send her neck just a little higher up front when she's probably set just a little low in her sternum and chest. That gives the illusion of her kind of running downhill. Like the levelness of design and the fleshing ability of the heifer that comes next. Appreciate that about her. Starting to get just a little bit caked up in her tail head. Maybe deposit a little fat down there through her udder, which could be problematic long term when we start forecasting her lactation potential. Young man's kind of hairy heifer that comes next is really level and nice in terms of her lines. Like to see that heifer just a little bit looser in the way she uses her hock. Female to me that maybe we could square up in terms of her pin set as well. Young lady's heifer that follows her is really pretty sharp up through her front end. Very strong in her top line. The tick neck to tick back heifer just a little bit stiff in the way she uses her rear leg and pastern. Then we complete the class with a female that certainly reads the right frame score. Coarse naveled heifer is a little rounder out of her hip, maybe gives up genuine width to the cattle that stand in front of her.
Now coming in the ring is Class 6 Senior Heifer Calves. Run down at Class 5. Our winner of Class 5 was exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin from Auburn, Alabama, with HR 101D Rosalie 4004 ET. Second place was Morgan Riley out of College Grove, Tennessee, with GGSC Corrine 103 MET. Third place was Benton McClanahan from Waverly, Texas, with HR 103F Oakley 4003 ET. Fourth place was Sarah Beth Collette with RBF HAF 1333 Monroe. Fifth place, Stetson Rogers with OG Valedictorian M22. Sixth place, Salem Sifford with TDF Miss Monica M9. Seventh place, Bo Knight M with BPK CES Penny Lane B09. Eighth place, also Stetson Rogers with Cam SL Simply Classy 2403. Ninth place, Laurel Mitchell with PDF Veris Girl 61F02H. And rounding out that class, 10th, Lucas McCoy with MCF Diesels Gasolina M02. Once again, Class 6 is in the ring. Class 6 is in the ring. I'd like to take this time while the judge is judging this class to thank some of our sponsors this year. Some of our platinum sponsors: Black Locust Livestock, the Georgia Hereford Association, the South Carolina Junior Hereford Association, Parker Family Feed Company out of Bellwood, North Carolina, Barnes Hereford, PD Farms from Elkin, North Carolina, Royal Livestock, and Piedmont Custom Meats. You guys see them today. Thank them for their support for the juniors show here today at the Southeast Regional.
We got an awfully nice class here, fall heifers, and a lot of quality all the way throughout. I think the heifer that wins this particular class is one that really appreciate just the body capacity, the fleshing ability, and the moderation of frame size. I think that's the type of heifer that's never going to go out of style when we start thinking about production here. She's really good in terms of her feet and legs. I like the squareness she's got to her rear toes. I like the cushion that she plants with there from behind. I think she probably operates out of her front end, maybe just a little longer reach than the heifer that comes in second, and I think that heifer is one that reads the right frame score for long-term success. Now, she's probably not the most zipper fronted. She's probably a female that's not maybe quite as stylish in that regard, and one of those cattle that just looks like she's so practical. She might be a little tough to manage on show feed because she's awfully easy keeping. Probably in a perfect world, I'd like to just open her up with a little bit more width and maybe tone her back a fraction in terms of condition. That's where it gets close, because the slick-haired heifer that comes in second, I do think has got more arc and spring to her rib cage, and that coincides with her being just a little bigger in terms of her pin set, a little bit more thickness from behind. I like the extra length of body and stretch that she has. You know, at times she gets just a little awkward on her pasture, and that didn't really bother me. I think that's just kind of come to show, and then just not being as sure-footed. The shape to her feet are right. The set to her pasture is good. I think that heifer is really sound in that regard. I maybe could just dial her back a little bit in terms of her shoulder, and she's a little bit deeper in the base of her neck, but an awful good one to stand there in second. Third place heifer is a female that to certainly appreciate in terms of femininity. I like that heifer in terms of just the shape to her head and neck, a little leaner in terms of her condition, probably giving up the extra punch and dimension of the cattle that stand directly in front of her. Heifer that comes here in fourth, another moderate framed option. Appreciate the fact that she's a replacement candidate that has got plenty of fleshing ability to her as well. You know, another female that's carrying a little extra skin and chub down there through her chest floor and her sternum. Perhaps when we get behind the cattle, we could widen her up a little bit from hooks to pins. A lot of upside in the next pair of heifers. I think both these two, if they do the right things, could be really impressive. This heifer that stands next in 5, without question's got the most height of shoulder, the most extension up through her front end. She's got quite a bit of dimension up high as well. Just a little leggy at this stage of the game. If she stops growing frame and bellies down with some time, I think could be awfully good. I'd be aggressive with that heifer from a feed bucket standpoint here and try to make sure that you get that heifer kind of with a little extra depth, and she could be really impressive. Heifer that stands behind her is more moderate in her frame score, and I really appreciate how clean and extended she is up through her front end, really level in terms of her make as well. Little slicker jawed, a little tighter throated, probably gives up some performance because she's so chiseled out up front. I think if she's a female that gets a little bit more kind of a kick in terms of grow power, you're going to like her because her feet and legs are right, her balance is impeccable, and she's really good looking up front. Just hope she's got enough doability to get the job done. Heifer that comes next is deep bodied and easy keeping, little off from hooks to pins, maybe a little plainer up through her front end. I like the length of body and extension of the female that comes next. Got a very, very good hind leg on that particular female there. Extraordinary in terms of length of hip. Just kind of runs out of punch when we get behind the cattle. We complete the class with a female that's more conservative in her body length, really symmetrical from a height to length ratio. Coarse-naveled heifer is a little frailer at the ground. Perhaps a female we could see just a little sounder as she operates out of her front skeleton.
Next class coming in the ring is Class 7. Class 7 of senior heifers. This will be our last class before our division drive for our senior heifers. So if you were a first or second in class, you need to be checked in the makeup area. Your results from Class 6 are Martina Alley winning that class out of Danielsville, Georgia, with McLean's Guinea M2 ET. Second place was Levi Womack from Pembroke, Kentucky, with Womack Dignified Lady 4171. Third place was Emma Lawrence from Cape, Georgia, with Sally Smoke. Fourth place was Megan Mallory with GJF Waverly 60M ET. Fifth place was Lauren Wingler with YB Bambi 743 427. Sixth place was Mary Hannah Gullett with SLU 2213 male 415M. Seventh place was Ava Wood with GTW 535G Miss Rita 411. Eighth was Emmy Fayphone Davis with DAV 0015 Bluebell 0036. And 9 was Ashley Tutwilder with Glinda. Once again, Class 7 is in the ring. This will be the last class before our division for senior heifers. So I need all first and seconds checked in the makeup area. Thank you.
We got kind of a thought-provoking class out here, folks, and really enjoyed getting to work through these particular females. I think I have the conservative red-necked heifer here that wins, conservative marked, excuse me. She's red all the way to the ground, and certainly appreciate the fact that this female is the one that draws up with a lot of look here from the profile. Really like where she's at in terms of her condition and freshness as an individual. A female that certainly liked the length of body and the reach that she's got out of her hind leg. I think her chest and her sternum probably sunk out of her just a little bit relative to the side. We maybe could pick her up a little bit in that regard, but getting really nitpicky of a female that's got all the hallmarks to be a great cow. Like the moderation of frame, the depth of body, the extra sweep down low, the heifer that comes in second. I think she's a female that looks like her teats are going to be really refined, and I appreciate those attributes of her. Wants to run downhill just a fraction as an individual, starting to get just a little bit extra condition there around the base of her tailhead. Heifer that comes next in third is certainly like in terms of power. That female's got a little bit more expression and dimension up through the top side of her skeleton here. I like the thickness that she's got and probably just a little bit more size and scale. Can't quite tell if she's maybe just a little greener in her condition or she might kind of come across a little hard out here in terms of her rib design. If she bellies down with some time, I think she's going to be pretty nice. Just like to see her just maybe a little bit more articulate out of her hind leg and a little bit softer centered. Like the extra dimension and power, the heifer that comes next, stout in terms of her legs, and certainly appreciate the depth of body that she has. A little bit more shoulder comes with the territory of that extra power. She maybe is a little coarser in the way she ties together up front, but I think that one looks like she could make bulls in terms of the thickness that she's got. Like the moderation of frame of the heifer that comes next, she's long and really strong in her top line. Appreciate those attributes of her. Starting to get a little extra condition down there through her udder. We certainly would like to change that. She too is starting to cake up a little bit around her tailhead. Young man's heifer that comes next is certainly balances up with a lot of look from the profile, maybe gives up quite a bit of performance to her contemporaries. Heifer we could see maybe just a little looser or maybe just a little stouter in terms of her pin set. Then we complete the class with a heifer that's got some extra spring of rib and some thickness up high. I appreciate the muscle of that particular female. Structurally, she's one that really wants to get labored out of her front skeleton here, maybe could draw her back a little leveler out from hooks to pins.
Your winner in class number 7 was exhibited by Tillman Staley from Petersburg, Tennessee, with PT Lily 34. Second place was Megan Mallory from Liberty, Tennessee, with GGSC Mary Kate 102M. Third place was exhibited by Salem Sifford from Goldvine, Virginia, with RCF 7K409 Marissa M816. Fourth place was Andrew Ingram with Womack Special Lady 4119 ET. Fifth place Landon Mansfield with RTF 7437 G38 May M92. Sixth place was Benjamin Wiebert from BLLWW BW Libby L15. Seventh was Logan Mansfield with RTF 7437 G38 Macy M86. Now in the ring is our championship drive for the division of senior heifer calves. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everybody, if you have an open ticket at the Champion Show Supply trailer, you need to make sure you settle up before you leave today. So if you have purchased anything from the show trailer and you have an open ticket, they want to remind you to please come by and settle that up before you leave today. Thank you.
Well, folks, we had an outstanding set of fall heifer calves out here. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together for this showcase of champions we got in this lineup. I've really enjoyed working through these particular females. You can probably tell that I enjoy talking to the kids, and I come out here and I'm probably not the guy that's going to try to set any land speed records. I'd much rather joke around with the youngsters out here and make sure that they have a good time, because I think it's so imperative that we make sure that these students enjoy this opportunity they get out here showing cattle. I have no idea how I'd placed at any regional or national show that I went to when I was a kid growing up, but I know the friendships and the connections I made, and they've been very sentimental for me, but more also they've kind of helped make me the person I am. And there's some of the people that I still talk to today. That's what's important. I want to make sure these kids have that positive experience as they come out here. You know, I've tried to judge this division based on traits that are everlasting. I think if we're going to be completely honest, I think everybody here probably knows that some people can get pretty creative with their birth dates. dates, and we maybe have cattle that aren't the most authentic in terms of what their birth dates are. And so for me, it's more important to judge on those traits that are not going to be influenced by age and not going to be influenced by maturity, and that would be, structural correctness, balance, and the way cattle are assembled, and then genuine width. Obviously, we can tack on some flesh and condition, but underneath there, how opened up is their skeleton? And although certainly admire cattle that have got a little extra rib and capacity at this stage of the game, I don't know if I want to exclusively judge all those traits, because I think you're maybe just incentivizing the people that are the most aggressive in terms of where they're putting their cattle at from a birth date standpoint. So awful nice set of cattle out here. We talk about our class winners again. The red heifer that wins this first class, the dark red conservative heifer. Love the pigment, love the dollar CHB of that figure. She's got some really nice carcass traits there to maybe offset a little bit more birth weight, but that female to me is really impressive in terms of the stoutness of bone that she's got, the smoothness off either end of her skeleton. I kind of think this young lady's done a great job of presenting her. But I think we get this heifer out of her Sunday clothes. She maybe doesn't have as much just genuine width as the pair of females that stand behind her, but I'm a big fan of her skeletal makeup and the balance that heifer has, and then still very progressive on paper. She does some things that we really appreciate. I like this heifer that wins the next class awfully well. When I just kind of back off to the cattle and I judge her as an individual, she's the toughest one for me to fault. I think she's considerably cleaner through her chest floor than the heifer that stands behind her. I read her as more youthful, and I think just a shape to her head, the set to the top side of her neck, the crest to read just a little fresher in my mind, and then still really a big-bodied heifer that's impeccable in terms of her feet and leg structure. I get behind the cattle, she's still got some width. Now, I also think you're going to acknowledge the fact that she's a little shorter, so it is easier to have more spring of rib and thickness when maybe you don't have as big of a skeleton to drape over there. But I read that heifer as one that's awfully impressive in terms of her thickness, and what I'm so impressed about her is just her skeletal makeup and the structure that she has. Now, we back off when we throw her into the mix. She's probably just a little bit more compact as an individual. She doesn't have the extra length of cannon, the extra grow power, maybe some of the other cattle out here. Young man, I like the condition you got her in. You've kept her in the right kind of shape. She doesn't need to be fat, and I think that she's got some bloom to her, but she doesn't look chubby. And for a heifer that's maybe kind of virgin on a little bit moderate, I think you've got her right where she needs to be at. And I'd stay tough on that heifer. Don't let her get too fat, because she's one that long term we'll want to keep her where she's at. Heifer that stands behind her is just flat out massive. She is a population outlier in terms of power. I do think she's a little bit more advanced in terms of her condition, a little bit more mature as we read her out here, but I still think when you get behind the cattle, there's no question she's in a league of her own. She's as big-hipped, thick-ended as any of the cattle we've seen today, huge rib. To have that kind of power and that extra length of body and length and extension up front is downright impressive, and she's one you'd love to get home and make a donor cow out of, because she looks like she could really make a big impact on a breeding program. A little coarser in her teats, kind of matches the shape to her head and shoulders, probably set out just a little bit. I mentioned on the go that perhaps her chest sinks out of her, and it draws attention to the fact that she's got a little bit more chub up through her front end there, but that heifer is one that I think could make a big impact, a really progressive breeding piece that's still built with a really attractive show ring look here from the side. Love the flexibility, the fleshing ability of the heifer that wins Class 4. I think she's got all the hallmarks of a great cow. She's a little deeper in her neck, maybe just not quite as exquisite and chiseled out up front, but that one is a female that certainly exemplifies why Hereford cattle are used all over the country in crossbreeding programs, because they're practical and they're built with longevity in mind. Then the heifer that wins our last class here, another conservative mark, dark red heifer. Love the pigment around that red-eyed heifer. Certainly like the length of body. I like that heifer's condition a lot. She's very lean, but when I get behind the cattle, she's still broad in her pin set and got natural thickness up high. I like the skeletal make of that particular female. As you might anticipate, since she is a little greener in her condition, she maybe doesn't have as much sweep to her bottom line, and maybe perhaps that makes her chest look a little out of concert with maybe the rest of her bottom line there, but an awful nice female. So excellent lineup. There's a pair of them that struck me really hard. My favorite's a gentleman out of Class 2. He's going to be our champion. We're going to follow Class 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
Your champion senior Heifers coming out of class number 4, Mr. Evan Jackson with HR 5878 Evelyn 4046 ET. The reserve senior heifer calf is coming out of class 5, Miss Mary Elliott Martin with HR 101D Rosalie 4004 ET. Next class coming in the ring is Class 8. These are intermediate yearlings. Class 8 is coming in the ring. Again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some of our gold sponsors today. Deer Track Farms, Mr. Jason Day Construction, Cleveland Ag, Beefmaster Banter, Fuller and Company Construction, LLC, Mitchum's Farm 3C, Terrace Farms, Will Vi Polled Hereford, Tennessee Hereford Association, P&J Farms, Rutherford County Cattlemen's Association, Blinson Strategies, Farm Bureaus of Buncombe County. Thank these gold sponsors for sponsoring our kids today.
We got a nice class here. We get kind of in some of these summer-born females, and just a huge-bodied cow prospect that leads off. She's so soft-centered and easy keeping in terms of her fleshing ability. I'm a big fan of her skeletal makeup. That heifer maybe has as much slope to her shoulder and bend to her knee as any of the cattle we've seen throughout the day. I've always been such a big fan of Hereford cattle in terms of their length out of their hip, but we are starting to see more of them get a little stoved up front. This heifer certainly is kind of an elixir in that regard because she's got a fantastic front end design in terms of her structural correctness. Big fan of her teats. They look like they're going to be very refined. The spacing to her udder is impeccable. I know a lot of Hereford breeders have been putting some selection pressure on there, and that certainly is the case here with her. We could probably amp her up just a little bit in terms of her power and make her more intense in terms of her bone work, but I think that's a fantastic female to win this particular class. Heifer comes in second, does have a little bit more to her. I think particularly from behind is where she showcases a little bit more pin width and dimension all the way throughout. Appreciate those attributes of her. I think a female that's still got a nice look from the side, probably just doesn't have the extra depth of rib to offset that chest that she's got up front. Still really nice in terms of her structure, and I like the thickness that she has. Big ribbed heifer that comes next in third that's really neat up through her front end. I like those attributes of her. She draws maybe a little lower from hooks to pins, and maybe that helps her catch her step every time, but it maybe detracts a fraction from her attractiveness here from the sideline. The young man heifer that comes next in four, another performance-oriented female that's got some fleshing ability to her as well. Probably draws just a little bit high in her flank in concert with being deeper set in her chest. Makes her look like she runs downhill, and then perhaps she could be a little leveler out of her hip. Like the moderation and the length of body of the heifer that comes next, as she's got the kind of those attributes that I'm after in terms of a cow. Could use a time on the hoof trimming table because her feet are getting a little long, and certainly like to see her maybe just a little bit more agile on the go as an individual. We complete the class of the heifer that's lean and honest in her condition, really long and extended up through her front end as well. Just like to see her a little sounder. She kind of wants to cross up her back legs a little bit there. We get behind the cattle, obviously giving up that extra body capacity of some of her contemporaries.
Your winner in Class 8 was Carly Mooser with 5C 11J Ambition 23M. Second place was exhibited by Gracie Simpson from Star, South Carolina, with Spice. Third was to Sedona Sifford from Goldvein, Virginia, with RCF 7H921 Make Me Hush M628. Fourth was Anthony Mizruno with RH 6056 Nora 439M. Fifth was Jacob Preston with H6056 Coy 431M. And sixth was Janie K with RMP 06J Xena 4191. Next class in the ring is class number 9 of intermediate yearlings. Quick announcement from the hospitality center is we have fresh popcorn, so if you're wanting a little snack this morning, please make your way up to the hospitality center. Also from the office, the silent auction is over. I'm going to call out your name. If you hear your name, please come to the office to get your winnings. Amanda Knight, Gracie Simpson, Colt Chilton, Kimes Ranch, Amy Holman, Oline Price. I'm sorry, that was Clayton Muser. Olin Price, Katie McClanahan, Wanda Riggins, and James Gardner. If I said your name, please come to the office to receive your silent auction and to pay for your winnings. Thank you. After Class 9, we'll move over into our Division Intermediate Yearling Championship drive. So Class 8 needs to be checked in first and second. I'd like to thank a few more of our gold sponsors. Mead Cattle Enterprises, White Hawk Ranch, Performance Livestock Feed, Hopkins Ranch, Burns Farms, Womack Cattle, C&H Farms, and the North Carolina Junior Hereford Association. Thank you.
Well, we got a really close pair up here, and I think you could probably justify going either direction, and certainly be justified with it. I think the heifer that wins to me is just a little bit more composed throughout the duration of the drive, and I think that where it really comes down to me is just the way that her shoulder attaches onto her forerib. It's quite a bit more seamless in that transition. She hooks her spine stronger out of the backside of her blade and just maintains more skeletal strength throughout the duration of this particular class. I think she organizes herself with a very high quality image here from the profile, and I gotta brag on just how feminine she is about her neck shape there, and the feet and legs and the squareness that she's built there at the ground. Now we could probably see that heifer just a little stouter, the feature in her jaw, and because she's not just quite as deep and progressive in the sweep to her rib cage, perhaps her bottom line balance could be upgraded just a little bit, but I think that's an awful nice heifer to get started with here. Heifer in second's an interesting female to me. She's got distinctive class advantages, but she's maybe got a hole or two that we'd like to change. But boy, she is just flat out massive in her rib cage, got an awesome hind leg, and a lot of just total body capacity. I've been talking all day about moderate cattle that are long-bodied and still can generate performance. That's her to a T. She's going to be the right kind of cow in production, but still able to generate performance. I just wish her shoulder fit onto her forerib and hooked up to her spine, maybe just a little bit more composed compared to some of the cattle in front of her. Young ladies heifer coming here in third, and we had several cattle out here. Boy, got a great facility to show in. It's nice and cool, and there's some air moving, so maybe the cattle don't want to set up the best. This heifer is another one of them. She's a long red-necked heifer here that's got some stretch and extension, some bone work underneath. Probably a female that we could see just a little bit more parallel in her lines, drop her in her flank and make her just a little stronger and level her up high. Young man's heifer that comes next in four is deep-bodied and cowy in her make. I certainly appreciate that about her. She's a female that maybe isn't quite as clean up through her front end. Maybe a heifer we could see just a little bit more chiseled out there in her throat latch and her neckline. Like the spacing to the udder, the young lady's heifer that comes next. I think that female is going to be good in that regard, and she's very level made and got some dimension from behind. Probably just not as deep and sappy in her center as some of the other cattle. The gentleman's dark red heifer that makes the turn next is very feminine about her head and neck, reads the right size in terms of moderation. Just like to beef her up when I get behind the cattle. She maybe is a female that just runs out of natural thickness. Young lady's heifer that follows hers, another heifer that's got some length and extension up front in concert with being deep-bodied. I like those attributes. Just like to pry her open with more genuine width we get behind the cattle. I like the practicality of the young lady's heifer that follows, another easy keeping kind of female. Her chest will sink out of her on the go, which starts to discredit her balance ever so slightly. Then we close this particular class with a female that certainly takes a long stride and catches her step every time. A little bit more fragile at the ground, perhaps a heifer that's just not as attractive from the profile.
The winner in Class 9, Kate Ray Lovin from Lexington, Georgia, with Invensol Reba 400M. Second was Maylee Porch from Lewisburg, Tennessee, with HR 704E Penny 421ET. Third was Barrett Caper from Vevey, Indiana, with Lou. Fourth was Landon Hall with Whitney. Fifth was Audrey Bailey with Malibu. Sixth was Jeb Painter with Showtime Sassy 421. Seventh, Kerrigan Bowserman with SK Patsy. And eighth was Brenna Perkins with SVC Sterling Silver M10. And ninth was Blair Smith with Dottie. In the ring now is our division drive for intermediate yearlings.
Well, just a pair of heifers out here, a pair of classes, and I think we got four nice cattle representing their particular, this age group here. We get to these summer females. I talked about how much I really appreciated the body, the flexibility, and the soundness of the heifer that wins this first division or first class. I think she might have as nice of an udder as anything we've seen today. I've seen a lot of cattle that come through the ring that I thought their teats are really refined, but I think this heifer's spacing is impeccable. She's free auxiliary teats as well. I think she can have a great bag someday, and certainly does a lot of things from a practicality standpoint we're after. I'd like to amp her up a little bit in terms of power, but boy, she's a really impressive female. There is more thickness. There's probably just a little bit more stretch and extension in the heifer that wins the second class. I think we start thinking about her long term. I think she got a little bit more gas left in the tank because of that extra extension. I'm a big fan of the spread that she's got to her rear toe, the way she's built out of her hip and hind leg posture. I think it's not only aesthetically pleasing, but I think it's one that is very, very functional as well, and she is really neat up through her head and neck. She's not as deep-bodied as the cattle that stand in front of her or the heifer that was right behind her in that class, but I think she's got enough, and then her phenotypic quality was exceptional. I thought it was a really close pair because the heifer in second is just a flat-out massive, but maybe just doesn't put her shoulder into her forerib and top line just quite as seamless as the heifer that stood in front of her. So I like that pair awfully good out of class 2. I'm going to keep them together. Those two young ladies are going to be champion reserve in this division.
Your division intermediate yearling was out of class 9 with Kate Ray Loving with Infantsol Reba 400M. Your reserve also came out of class 9 with Maley Porch with HR 704E Penny 421 ET. We need to take a quick break for our judge for a minute. So give me 2 or 3 minutes and we'll return right back with the show.
I might as well.
While we're on the short break, just a reminder, if you are bidding on anything up there at the silent auction today, if I say your name, you need to make your way up to the office to pay for your winnings and pick them up. If I say your name and you've already done that, that's great. Appreciate that. Amanda Knight, Grace A. Simpson, Colt Chilton, Clayton Muser, Amy Holman, Oline Price, Kathy McClanahan, Wanda Riggins, and James Gardner. Make your way up to the show office to pick up your silent auction. Also, once again, Champion Show Supplies wanted me to remind you, if you have an open ticket with them, you need to please close that out and settle up with them before you leave today. Thank you. All right, we're going to continue on with Class 10 coming in the ring now. Class 10.
Well, as we get kind of this junior yearling division here, we got great cattle. I know we don't have as many the numbers maybe as we did in some of our fall classes, but boy, there's a lot of quality all the way down. Now, every one of these heifers would be one I'd be proud to own, and I mean that with all sincerity here. The heifer that wins just got donor cow written all over her. She is a population outlier in terms of stoutness of bone and thickness. She is as just opened up and dimensional as any of the cattle that we've seen come through the ring today. And I think she's one that could really leave a mark on a breeding program because she's just so out on the edge in terms of dimension, but yet still able to get out here and catch her step. And I think she actually stays a little bit nicer in terms of her top line than some of the heifer that stands directly behind her. I think she's longer and leveler out of her hip, and that aids not only in her functionality, but it enables her to draw up with a little bit more look from the side. Now she's not the most feminine in terms of the shape to her hock, her head, or just where her shoulders at. That comes with the territory. That's a cow changer there that could really be fun to put in a breeding program. When they're stopped and parked, the heifer in second can really strike a pose. She's very attractive about her head and neck. She's a deep-bodied heifer here, one that's got kind of that extra sweep to her bottom line to help her really balance up well from the side. I'd change her just a little bit in terms of the way we piece her together. She's a little lower in her pin set, a little coarser in terms of her shoulder. On the go, I think she maybe starts to fall out of balance just ever so slightly. But, boy, she can be lethal when the cattle are stopped here on the profile. Kind of like our class winner, both those heifers have got more birth weight bred into their pedigree, and we'd certainly want to be selective and skillfully mate them when it comes time to make sire selection. Young lady's heifer that comes next in third, deep-bodied, really cocky in her neck set in the way that it shoots out of the top side of her shoulder blade. I think she's the structural upgrade of the heifer that stands in front of her. She ties up a little higher in her twist and maybe gives up a little extra dimension compared to the top pair of cattle. Like the young man's heifer that comes next. This one I just felt horrible about leaving in fourth because she's so level-made and deep-bodied. I think she's a really good balanced heifer here. Got good spacing to her udder as well. A little bit shorter up through her front end, maybe not quite as powerful. Heifer that closes the class is excellent on her feet and legs. This heifer's baldy maternal index is extraordinarily good, and she looks like she would really click on some Angus sires and make some of those half bloods that are certainly been a focal point of the commercial industry. She'd make some of those good black baldy female replacement heifers. On the end of a halter, she's probably a little bit more pronounced in her chest relative to being modest in her flank, but I really appreciate that heifer's genetic profile.
Your winner in Class 10, Ellie Porch with HR 704E, UMA 1644. Miss Ellie's from Lewisburg, Tennessee. Second place was Rhett Day from Telford, Tennessee, BR Brook M132ET. Third was Ansley Gee from Vail, North Carolina, with MF3C Diana Advanced 104MET. Fourth was William Wiebert from HR Glow 013MET. Fifth was Emmy White with BF Novel 15MET. Class in the ring now is Class 11. These are spring yearlings, Class 11.
We got a nice class of cattle here. This kind of black-tailed heifer that wins the class for me is a female that I thought was just the toughest to poke a hole in. I think she's very problem-free in terms of her basic build. I think she's a heifer that's big-bodied and cowy in the way that she's assembled in her center body here. And then I appreciate the fact that she's one that's just a little smoother in terms of the way that her shoulder connects to her forerib than the heifer that stands in second. I like her moderation of frame size there. I think that heifer's got a nice look up front. She's probably not zipper fronted, but the best cows never are, and that one looks like a female that's been presented very fresh, very good in terms of her feet and legs, and I'm pretty happy where she's at out here today. Heifer that comes in second's got some just really impressive pieces. She's a population outlier in terms of length of front end, stoutness of hind leg, and then very attractive in the way she plants and pushes off of her rear too there. You know, the more that I break her down, I'd like to draw her back just a little deeper in her flank, and then maybe just she's exaggerated a little bit there at the point of her shoulder blade. If we could tuck her in at her shoulder and see that a little smoother in the way that it attaches onto her forerib, I think I'd like her even better, but she's one that really has got some intriguing pieces that stand in the two hole. Like the female that comes in third, she's the bigger bodied option of that pair of second and third, and she's still one that's really good in terms of her feet and legs and the flexibility that she's got at the ground. Starting to wear just a little bit more height underneath her throat latch and her neckline, a little lower in her pins, and then starting to cake up with some fat there around her tailhead. I think all those minor nitpicky things in concert maybe make her draw up with just not quite as much balance from the profile. Heifer that comes next and fourth, really nice. This is a replacement candidate that's dead level in her top line, very strong in her lines. I like the thickness she's got from behind, and she's one that's still pretty nice in terms of the top side of her neck is very flat and fresh. Probably just not as big-bodied and sappy-centered as the cattle that stand on either side of her. A tremendous amount of total cow volume in the heifer that comes next. She's this performance-oriented female here that's got so much center. But like a lot of cattle that get that long body and that extra depth of rib, it's tough for her to hold it all together. She kind of loses some stamina in her top line, and she'll kind of sink and settle in her spine. You know, if we can make her just a little stronger there, I think we'd certainly like her even better. Then we complete the class, the female that certainly is a little stronger top. Heifer that appreciate in terms of being pretty nice in that regard, and I think that she's going to be the right size as a mature cow. Perhaps we could see her just a little bit more massive in her rib and dimension. Female that we could probably see just a little bit square from hooks to pins.
Your winner in Class 11 was Mary Carter Shirley from Sparta, Tennessee, with YB Bambi 13-26-24-15. Second was Levi Womack from Pembroke, Kentucky, with Womack Elegant Lady 478. Third was Evan Jackson from Holiday, Tennessee, with HR 12F Brook 1196 ET. Fourth with Ella Calicut, HR 57D Ariana 022M ET. Fifth was Amberlynn Christianberry with HR 0311 Kim 027M. And sixth was Kerrigan Bowserman with RF AJ Jenny 4M. Class now in the ring is Class 12. These are Class 12 spring yearlings. We're coming up to our division spring yearling drive. So I need first and seconds from Class 10 and Class 11 checked in to make up area. Thank you. Once again, thank some more of our gold sponsors, Pack Aerial Application, 4B Farms out of Shelby, North Carolina, Thompson Cattle Company out of Lawndale, North Carolina, W&A Hereford Farms, West Lincoln Veterinary Hospital out of Vale, Divine Creative Company, Martin Branch Farms, 5J Cattle, Blinson Polt Hereford, McCoy Cattle Farms, and Nolecrest Farms. Like to thank them. Like to thank these sponsors for helping our kids out this weekend.
Oh, we really got an elite breed representative to come to this class that comes to the forefront here. I think the competition speaks for itself. It's really deep and there's a lot of quality. Still thought there was a standout winner here. This heifer that wins can really strike a pose from the profile. She's got height of shoulder and really nice in terms of where her chest floor sits in her relative to that big, massive center cavity that she's got from the side as we draw her here from the profile. A female that's attractive in her hip and hind leg design and one that has been presented extremely well. I appreciate the stoutness that she's got in terms of her rear bone, and I think that heifer is a female that's really tough to poke a major hole in. Now we get in front of the cattle. She's filled up a little bit there in her chest. We'd probably like to tone her back and maybe exchange some of that extra condition for maybe a little bit more just natural thickness, but that's an awful good heifer to win this particular class. Heifer that comes in second is leaner and more honest in her condition. I appreciate those attributes of her. I think she's got a little more spread to her rear toe as well. I like those things about her, and I think that she too is a female that's really long out of her hip, takes an athletic stride from behind, maybe doesn't send her neck quite as high at the top side of her shoulder. Female that's just given that extra total body capacity is the heifer that wins this particular class. Like the female that comes in third, I think she's awfully nice. This one might have as much natural thickness of any of the cattle that come through the ring. Definitely the most pronounced in terms of her stifle and through her quarter. I think she's got a nice top working in her as well. Female to me, as we study the cattle there from the side, maybe not quite as flat at top side of her neck, maybe got just a little bit more depth there through her throat latch and chest, maybe relative to being a little bit more modest in terms of the depth of body that she portrays with here, but I love the power and the freshness of that heifer. Tremendous amount of just a capacity and depth in the heifer that comes next. Really cowy made and very loose in her structure. Like all those attributes have certainly worked to her credit long term when we send her out there in production. Like the fact that she's a heifer that looks like she'll thrive in grass. A little easy in her top line, that maybe could piece her together a little stronger. Probably a heifer that's not just as composed and attractive as the cattle that stand in front of her. Good heifer that comes next. That heifer's very long in terms of her head and neck, very feminine. I like the pigment she's got around her eye. A big fan of just the depth of rib and the fleshing ability that she's built with here. Catches her step every time, but maybe could loosen up just a fraction out of her hock. A female that, as I study her, maybe starting to get a little staler in the way that she's put together, a little bit more pronounced in terms of her hook bone, but a good one that's going to be a fantastic cow. Like the gentleman's heifer that comes next, another one that's the moderate, the right size. I think her feet are built for the long term in terms of durability. Got some spread to her toe there. As she kind of goes away from me, I'd like to just broaden her up in her pin set and give her more mass to compete with this really impressive lineup. The gentleman's heifer that follows her is one that's dead level in her top line, really beautifully presented in that regard, and certainly like the lines that heifer draws up with. When I get behind the cattle, she's a little flatter in her rib cage. Just wish she had more outer projection to their center cavity, starting to cake up with some fat there around her tailhead. We complete the class with a heifer that's honest in her condition, that catches her step every time, maybe just a little bit more snug in terms of her heart and flank for a female there that maybe doesn't have just the rib and the fleshing ability of the cattle in front of her.
The winner in Class 12 was Jordan Mitchum from Vail, North Carolina, with WSCC Miss Dot 01M. Second was Rural Cornell from Berlin, Pennsylvania, with KCL Georgie L01. Third place was Hallie Hughes from Noblick, Kentucky, with 640 Miss Snicker 03M. Fourth place was Gracie Simpson with Jenny. Fifth place with Brooklyn Price with KJTWJ 907E Candace 545M. Sixth was Anthony Mesrino with DCF 106J Jenny 26M. Seventh was Jeb Painter with RCSC Mimosa 401M. And eighth was Kaylee Revis with MBF HR Reba V24. Now in the ring is our division drive for spring yearlings.
Well, got an awfully nice set here of junior yearling females, an impressive lineup of cattle. I'd like to commend the exhibitors and the breeders and the families all standing ringside with this. If you folks don't mind, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for these young people out here. Yeah, it's hard not to be impressed when the cattle are this good. And, sometimes I feel bad out here because when the cattle are this caliber, they almost demands perfection. You got to get really nitpicky to sort through cattle of this caliber. And so I've had to maybe kind of draw some of these fine lines out here. But it is difficult to overstate how impressed I've been with these females and how excited I am to see what they can do in production. These are my favorite type of females because obviously they're here, they're full dressed, they're fit up, they look good in their Sunday clothes, but I think these cattle have got the practicality that kicked out in their working clothes. They're going to be the kind of females that'll make a big impact on a breeding program, and that's really important to me. I'll tell you what, my nephew show cattle, and I've been kind of buying some show heifers here over the last few years, and I'll tell you what, these things cost so much money now that you basically have got to be able to get one of these show heifers that can lay down and generate and raise something that'll give you some return on investment, because it's not a cheap game to get into. And I think we've got some females that stand out here at the top end of their classes that look like they can make a big impact on a breeding program. This heifer that wins the first class is probably the most progressive female I've seen throughout the day, just in terms of bone and stoutness and thickness. She's one that's got bull making power, but I still think she gets out here and catches her step every time. Probably just a little straighter and coarser in the feature to her hock, but her hip's so long that she takes that big old step out of her hind leg. Still very functional in the way she's built. Just like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of power, she's maybe just not the most ladylike in the lay at the point of her shoulder and maybe to the feature of her hock. But boy, she's an awful impressive one that I'd like to have a couple IVF flushes out of, because I think she could do some really impressive things. Heifer that wins this second class, we talked about her in division. I think just so problem-free. That black-tailed heifer has got the frame score that I'm after. I think she campaigns herself as a moderate frame female, but still got the length of body to forecast to be the type that can generate performance, but do so in a fashion that's very conducive to being long-term in terms of just functionality and practicality. I like this heifer, the way she draws up in her lines, the flexibility she's got built into her top line, the looseness in the way that she motors out of her hip and hind leg. I think she's cleaner jointed than the cattle that stand on either side of her. Looks like her teats are going to be very refined long-term as well. As we study that heifer and I get off of either end of her, I'd maybe just like to pry her open just a fraction in terms of width, and maybe we could see her set back a nickel there at the base of her knee and the slope to her shoulder. But boy, that heifer is so problem-free in terms of her build, extremely fresh, and one that's extremely high quality. Heifer that wins the last class has got the wow factor. I think she's the one you kind of naturally gravitate to the side. I don't know if she's as long as the heifer in front of her, but her neck just sets up so high on the top of her shoulder, gives her that cocky, alert fashion. Unfortunately, her attitude looks like it's a little alert out here too, but I think that heifer is just huge-bodied and so deep and sappy in her center. Even though she's got some chest up front, I think that it's offset by that just extra sweep and depth she's got to her midrib. Extremely attractive in her hip and hind leg posture there, and I think a female that, even though she carries a little extra condition, she's got the stoutness down low to match it, and I think she's a female that still looks fresh in terms of the top side of her neck and the way that she's presented out here as an individual. One thing I really like about her is she's got more height to shoulder and altitude up front, and I still don't think that she's a downgrade in terms of front end structure. Usually to achieve that type of altitude, we got to tip them forward in their blade, and she is maybe just a fraction, but I actually still think she's better in her knee than the heifer that wins the class directly in front of her. Mentioned it in class, maybe she's a female that has got a little bit extra condition, a little north of the chubby line down there through her chest floor, but I think that's being really critical of an elite female. So I've been enamored with the quality of these heifers. I think we got a great set of seconds as well. My favorite's this young lady in the third class. She's going to be our champion. We'll follow class 2 for reserve.
Your division spring yearling coming out of class 12. with Jordan Mitchum, WSCC Miss Dot 01M, and your reserve spring yearling coming out of class 11 was Mary Carter Shirley with YB Bambi 1326 2415.
Entering the ring at this time is our junior yearling class 13. Class 13 junior yearlings entering the ring. Class 14 junior yearlings, please begin checking in the makeup area. Junior 14 class, please begin checking in the makeup area. Class 13 in the ring.
Nice class of cattle out here. I thought it was a close call up front. I certainly entertained using both these heifers to win. It kind of boils down to the fact Heifer the one just was the one that struck me harder when they came in. I thought it was close enough that I wanted to stick with my first impression. This heifer is really moderate frame. She's deep-bodied. I think she balances up particularly well in terms of her hip and hind leg design. I think she's very attractive in the way that she's put together, where her tail head kind of caps off her tail, her top line there. You know, maybe one we could clean up a little bit there through her sternum and brisket, but a good heifer here to win this particular class. There's just more performance and scale, and the heifer that comes in second, she's a nice female here that's got a tremendous amount of volume. As I study her through her center cavity, certainly projects a lot of outer turn to her rib cage as well. Just like to maybe clean her up a fraction there around her tail head. When she fights the halter, maybe she doesn't put together her top line in quite as a collected fashion as the heifer that wins this particular class. Nice heifer that comes in third. This one kind of took me a little longer to appreciate, but the longer I studied her, the more I liked the length, the body, the skeletal strength she's got built up into her top line here. I think she's a heifer that's pretty nice in terms of her head and neck as well. Just like to see her motor a little nicer there out of her hind leg. She gets a little stiff and awkward out of her hock. Don't like the fact that she's starting to cake up there around her tail head and still needs a little bit more depth of body. That's a tough combo when they read a little bit that manage that way, where they got fat early but maybe just don't have quite as much body as the cattle in front of her. Heifer that comes next in 4 is deeper sided and probably just a little bit sappier through her flank. I like that about her. I think she's got nice spacing to her udder, but a little bit worried that maybe we got some drop there. We could probably lean her up a little bit in that regard. Like the feet and legs of that heifer awfully well. Gentleman that comes next brings a really strong topped heifer. It's very flexible in her spine on the go. Takes a big athletic stride out of her rear skeleton as well. We get from behind, she wants to play out through her lower quarter, maybe just taper to her base. I'd like to gauge her wider all the way throughout. Gentleman, the cowboy hats female has certainly got some length. I like the squareness and the stoutness that she's got built into her hind leg. Really flexible. She meets the surface here. Probably got as much just bend and just as authoritative out of her hind leg as any of the cattle that come through the ring today. A little lower pinned. Maybe a female that just does a little hollowed out through her bottom line. I like the pieces of the heifer in the next slot here. This young lady's heifer is long and extended up front and super stout and featured in terms of that. The intensity of bone work she's got in her hind leg is awfully impressive. Maybe could exchange some of that extra frame size for more depth of body. I think she needs a depth. I think she needs to be deeper, not only from a functionality standpoint, but to help her balance up from the side. Young man's dark red heifer that comes next is long and level in her make. Just gets a little frailer at the ground. Young lady that comes next brings us another female that's honest in her condition and long stepping, just a little deep in her neck and maybe gives up some body. And then we complete the class of the heifer that certainly catches her step, gets a little wobbly on her back pasturing, but more than anything, just at a performance and mass deficit compared to her contemporaries.
Class 13 junior yearlings leaving the ring. Class 14 entering the ring at this time. Following Class 14 will be our Division Junior Yearling Championship drive. Division Championship to follow. Class 14 entering. Dropping back to Class number 13, Junior Yearlings having just left the ring, finds our first place entry exhibited by Ellie Porch with JPV Miss Bitsy 466. Second place exhibited by Braxton Carper with Alice. Third place entry exhibitor Jordan Mitchum with ECR CCCC Sherm 45C 463M. Followed in fourth place by exhibitor Diana Kate Galuli with MKS 73G 36E Millie 8M. Fifth place is exhibitor Jackson Massey with FCC TRM Miss Merritt. Followed in sixth place by Hess Fowler with FFD 87 Lady Maker 103D 2402. Seventh place, exhibitor Ellen Knight with SAS Miss Mercedes 29M. Followed in eighth place by Mac Bunn with BF 205M. Ninth place, exhibitor Ava Wood with KB Kuda Vicky. And rounding out the class in 10th is Emma Kuehler with WMS Moonshot 9204, known by her friends as Fancy. Again, class number 14, junior yearlings in the ring. We will follow that with the division championship. Class 17, sorry, my apologies, class number 15. Class 15 will be checking in momentarily. So it's pretty important to keep everybody here fed, and earlier we had a little bit of fresh popcorn up there. I think we still got the popcorn machine going from what I'm seeing down here. I'd also like to let everyone know that there is cake to the left of the show office up there underneath the Pepsi Cola sign by the fundraiser for the North Carolina Junior Hereford Association banner. So if you need a little pick-me-up, go get you a good piece of cake up there and come join us back here in the show. Oh, no popcorn. Okay, sorry, popcorn's out, folks. So if you missed out on that, we're done with that. My apologies on that. Got you pumped up. There are still some goodies in the hospitality room. And once again, we are looking at class number 14, junior yearlings.
We got a nice class of big junior yearling heifers here. Young man's heifer that wins. I think it's a little fresher in terms of her condition than cattle that stand directly behind her. I like how long-bodied and strong top that she is. I think she's got a good amount of natural thickness when I get behind the cattle. Female that certainly appreciate just where she's at from a frame score perspective. We could probably set her back in her shoulder and knee just a hair, but I think it's a good one to get started with here. A lot of mass and kind of just broodiness to the heifer that comes in second. She can kind of run with our class winner in terms of reach and range of motion from behind. Starting to get a little sunk out in her chest, which starting to discredit her balance. And then she too is maybe one that's not dead level from hooks to pins. Maybe you could see her just a little further along in calf and give a little bit more swell there to her lower rib and flank. Heifer that comes next in the 3-hole we certainly like in terms of length and extension up through her front end. Very feminine, and probably Heifer's a little bit more honest in her condition than the cattle that stand directly in front of her. You know, we get her on the go, and she just doesn't plant quite as authoritative in her hind leg, a little bit stiffer and more abbreviated in her step as an individual, and then she'll kind of slightly rise up in her top line as well. Nice heifer that comes next in 4. Big-bodied is how I'd characterize this female. Good spacing to her udder, even though she's got a couple extra teats there from behind. Would like to see her maybe just a little stronger in her loin and lean her up there around her tailhead. The gentleman's kind of conservative marked red-necked heifer that comes next is a moderate framed replacement candidate. Certainly appreciate the fleshing ability that she has here. Starting to fill up just a dab there through her chest. Maybe doesn't present herself with quite as much look and style from the profile. Young man's heifer that comes next is a female that takes a long step, catches her stride every time. Maybe could have used a time or two here maybe could use just a little bit more depth of body there as we get back to her flank, but I like the length of body and the stretch that she's got and the length of stride. Young man's heifer that follows her is another moderate frame replacement. Heifer's got some depth to her heart. We get behind the cattle, I'd like to just pry her open with more authentic width. She too's maybe just a little limited in terms of the use of her hock, even though she catches her step. Then we complete the class with a heifer that's certainly long-bodied, very strong in the way that her spine hooks out the back of her shoulder. I don't like that she's starting to get that extra fat taked up around her tailhead and still reads the most marginal in terms of depth.
And placings for our Class 14 junior yearlings as we bring in our division championship for our junior yearlings. Finds our first place entry exhibited by Connor McQuaig with WLKR HDS Emma 10-15-104J. Followed in second place by exhibitor Erica Shutsky with WFSC Happy Harley. Third place exhibitor is Clay Lawrence with Saguaro. Followed in fourth place by exhibitor Anna Kate Davis with DAV 0220-977 Sweet P. Fifth place entry exhibited by Stetson Holman with WRH 0327-1068 Sadie. Followed in sixth place by exhibitor Landon Mansfield with BF Frida Bell. Seventh place is Miles Keenaner with FSL Lady Houston H0086. Followed in eighth place by Peyton Trail with PT Iris 2422. And again, division championship underway for our junior yearlings. Requesting that class number 15, class 15, first class will be of our senior yearlings to check in the makeup area at this time.
Well, I've just had a pair of class in this junior yearling division. Like all four of the cattle out here represented really well. I'd like to extend my compliments to these exhibitors. If you folks don't mind, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to these kids. I'll tell you, I think it's been a nice lineup here. There's some females that are really practical and certainly exemplify that extra functionality and doability that's certainly been hallmarks of the Hereford breed. I think there's a pair that came out of the same class that are built just a little bit more my speed when it comes down to structure. The pair out of class 1, we're going to keep them together. They're going to be our champion reserve in this particular division. Congratulations.
And our division champion of our junior yearlings finds our champion being exhibited out of class number 13 by L.A. Porsche with JPV Miss Bitsy 466. Our reserve champion, also coming out of class 13, exhibited by Braxton Carper with Alice. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Again, looking for our first class of senior yearlings to be checked in the makeup area. Got some moving around going on there. That's going to be class 15 of our senior yearlings checking in, ready for you in the ring when we get you lined up. Folks, there's a lot of work that goes into these shows, and as all of you are well aware, you've been here since Friday, and you've seen a lot of setup and tear down and move around and needs and that type of thing. And I'd just like to take this moment to extend a great appreciation to our ring crew today. They're doing a great job of working those in. Volunteers in many cases. We've got to also like to extend a special thank you to the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services livestock marketing team that's been here since Wednesday and helping set up, and that's Mr. Neil Bowman, and Neil has stepped out of the ring. Neil Bowman is our Director of Livestock Marketing, and then I'm going to call him our Assistant Director is Mr. Will Thompson, and he's down here on the end as well. And so a lot of work went into overseeing that. Our Commissioner Commissioner of Agriculture Steve Troxler is very supportive of our livestock industry as well as all agriculture in the state of North Carolina. And on his behalf, I would say that he is very glad to see all of you here from multiple states here in the southeast area. Again, we are walking in at this time to class number 15. This will be our first class of seniors. Again, thanks to all those of you who are volunteers, parents, anyone who has helped put on this event for our juniors. They are the next leaders in agriculture. They may just be the next leaders who are knowledgeable about agriculture, and that's going to be very, very important as these young people move forward. So, again, thanks to all of you for joining us here today. And Neil's back out there in the ring. Wave your hand in there. Put your hand in there, Neil. He won't do it. He's a very humble fellow. We appreciate our livestock marketing director for helping support this event, and again, all of the volunteers. I would like to note that I've lost my note up here. MailsMediaSolutions.com has done a great job with photos as well as live streaming, and we would like to remind you that North Carolina Junior Hereford Association, courtesy of them, all the photos from this weekend will be available off of MailsMediaSolutions.com. Those photos will be for free, and we do appreciate that opportunity as well. By now you figured out that it's being live streamed. If you hadn't, there's a live stream off of MailsMediaSolutions.com. If you want to watch the rest of the afternoon or send a text to some loved one at home that you would like to watch the rest of these shows, or at least watch maybe our championship drive a little later. Again, we are currently on our first class of seniors, class 15, class 16 checking in. Just to kind of keep you along, we've got 17, 18, and 19 as classes before we move into the division championship, followed by the spring or the overall drive.
Well, an awful nice heifer that kind of stands out amongst her contemporaries. This heifer's got just a dynamite look here from the profile. Extremely symmetrical in her image. I think maybe nothing eccentric about that heifer, but everything fits together so nice. I think that she's very proportional in her depth. I think she's extraordinarily good in terms of her top line. She's got thickness and stout when we get behind the cattle. Young man, you've done a great job of managing her too. She's really fresh, and you do a great job of getting the most out of her. I'd give her a little bit more pigment around her eye, and maybe she's not just the biggest one we've seen in the world, but and she's getting a little goofy on her back pasterns. But I think her angles are right. I don't really give her too much of a hard time there because I think it's just maybe she's not as sure as she sets this surface out here, getting a little nervous on show day. Close call for me between 2 and 3. Heifer in second's not one to act right, but the red-eyed heifer does have a little bit more grow power than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. I admire that about her. I think that she's longer and more extended up through her front end. Not quite as sappy as we get back through her flank. Perhaps she doesn't have just quite as much horsepower as we get through the seam of her pants. Heifer that comes next in the 3-hole, we appreciate for being a really moderate, big-bodied, cowy kind of heifer here. Like the depth of rib and the length that she's got. With that extra extension, she maybe gets a little lackadaisical in the way she pulls together her top line. That calf starting to pull down on her, and she'll settle in her spine and get maybe just a little piecey here from the side, but a nice heifer to stand in 3. Heifer comes next in 4. I like a lot about her. She's huge boned and really attractive in terms of the top side of her head and neck. I think her throat latch is really chiseled out. She's starting to get just a little bit more pronounced in her chest, and I really wish she's a little further along in just a gestation to make her just kind of sappier back there through her flank. If we could get rid of that chest and make her a little deeper back there, I think she'd be one that probably could win this class because she might be my favorite in terms of the pieces that she represents. Just maybe could change management on that heifer a little bit. Like the depth of body, the fleshing ability of the young lady's heifer that comes next. She's a female that catches her step, maybe just a little bit frailer in terms of her feature to her hock, a little bit more throat latch and chest. This young man's heifer that falls hers, a deep-sided kind of moderate replacement female here. Another one that gets a little awkward in terms of her hip and hind leg design, maybe not as attractive. Then we complete the class, the heifer that's obviously very easy fleshing, got a lot of performance, just have a tough time tolerating her from a condition standpoint. A lot of extra white tissue that's starting to deposit down there through her chest and her udder. I'm a little worried about how much she's going to milk and lactate long term, just where she's at from a condition standpoint, or potentially some dystocia problems too.
Senior yearling class 16 in the ring, class 17 checking in the makeup area, class 17 checking in the makeup area. Previous class of senior yearlings found our first place entry, led off and exhibited by Rhett Day with Day Honky Tonk. Second place exhibited by Mary Hannah Gullett with Slew 2F Lorna 312L. Followed in third place by Kylie Lovin with MAV Felicia 28L, known to her friends as Winter. Followed in fourth place by Mary Elliott Martin with HR 68F Cali 1093. Fifth place is Maddie Holt exhibiting BH Lady Air 1223. Sixth place exhibitor is Jackson Hooker with PDF Aces Steadfast 42F. And rounding out the class in seventh is Lucas Preston with HR 103F Grace 355. Again, class 16 senior yearlings in the ring, class 17 checking in the makeup area, class 17 checking in the makeup area. Just as a reminder, our last individual class of senior yearlings, as well as our owned animals, will be class number 19. So we got two following the one in the ring.
We got a nice class here of Hereford Heifers. I thought it was a pretty close call for me between 2 and 3, but I ended up landing on this gentleman's heifer that wins. I think she's one that's really impressive. It got kind of a show ring look and certainly an image from the side that catches your attention. but I still think that she's equipped with more just natural thickness and dimension than the cattle that stand directly behind her. She's stronger in her top line than the heifer in second. She's neater in her neck. I appreciate those attributes of her, and I still think that heifer is one that's pretty composed throughout the duration. And we could probably upgrade her a little bit in terms of the spacing to her udder. Might be a place where we maybe could change that heifer, but I think she's a nice one there. Heifer comes in seconds, deep-bodied. She's cowy. She's sound on her feet and legs. On the go, she'll maybe kind of fall out in her chest, which discredits her look a little bit here from the side. I still thought she was better in her udder than the heifer that's going to end up in third, and that was probably the deciding factor for me. Maybe as an individual we could make this heifer just a little bolder, but I really like the stoutness and the flexibility she's got built into her hind leg. Heifer that comes in third struck me hard right out of the gate. She's huge-bodied. She's long and extended up through her front end. I think she takes a big athletic step off either end of her skeleton here, starting to get a little bit more pronounced down there through her brisket, but more than anything, I just like to see her more refined and upgrade her in terms of her udder. She's starting to a little off in her quarters, and her suspension looks like it could be an issue long term. Good heifer, just wish we maybe had a little more functionality in her bag. Heifer that comes next in 4 is deep-bodied, long and extended. Appreciate that about her. A little stiff in her rear joints, and maybe her pasturing is maybe drawn attention to just where the white stops there on her socks. But a good female, maybe just not quite as agile on the lead as a few of the others. The gentleman that comes next brings us a deep-bodied heifer that's really cowy. I like this one's hind leg a lot. It is stout and authoritative. She plants it with conviction. Just a little bit more caked up around her tailhead, probably underneath that extra high-quality hair. I don't read her just quite as authentic, and I'm afraid she might kind of melt on grass and give up some width to her contemporaries. Young man's heifer that comes next, strong top, long body, good spacing to her udder. Maybe could change just her condition. She started to get some fat down there. Same story around her tailhead, and maybe a female that we could see just a little bit more limber on the go. Fantastic heifer that closes the class in terms of numbers. Her dollar CHB and Baldy maternal index is extraordinarily high. Be a great candidate for a P&G show someday if you guys have one of those. On the end of a halter, she's a little bit more generic in her look up front. Maybe not as big-bodied, but genetically, that heifer does some things that are very elite.
Your winner in Class 16 is Tillman Staley. CN Sharpshooter Stella 118L. Second place, Amber Lynn Christianberry, KJ 746D, Coco Lassie 381LET. Third was Maylee Porch with HR 103F and 351ET. Fourth was Haley Hughes with Womack Deep Pockets 3307. Fifth was Anthony Mizrano, DFC 642Z Made 140L. Sixth was Bo Knight with CES Gertie 249J 848. And seventh was Hannah Trail with HT Goldie 2407. In the ring now is Class 17. Class 17 in the ring. A few announcements. We have a few more silent auction winners that, if I call your name, you hadn't gone up to get your prize. Olin Price, Amy Holman, Colt Chiltons, and Gracie Simpson. Also, I was told that if you are a sponsor, either platinum or gold, and you have a banner hanging ringside, if you'll come see me after the show, I'll be right down in front of the announcing stand, and we will let you take your banner with you. So if you have a banner, if you are a sponsor and you have a banner, come see me, and we'll get that to you. We sure do appreciate all the support you've given us this week. And one more time, I'll let you know who the platinums are. That's Black Locust Livestock, Parker's Family Feed Company, Royal Livestock, Piedmont Custom Meats, Barnes Hereford, Georgia Hereford Association, South Carolina Junior Hereford Association, and PD Farms. We like to thank our platinum sponsors, plus our gold sponsors. And once again, if you want your banner, please come see me after the show.
Well, as we kind of get into another class of these big fall bred heifers, a lot of quality, a lot of good in these particular females. Heifer that wins, boy, she's lethal standing still. She can strike a pose from the profile here. If you're going to try to sit down and draw a picture of what you think your champion female is going to look like, you're probably going to end up with something that looks pretty similar to this. This heifer is about as feminine about her head and neck as you can make. Just gorgeous underline on her in terms of just where her depth of body is, and it got a great set to her udder. I think just she got some stoutness and some width and dimension when I get behind the cattle. I'm just enamored with her length of body, yet she's still just so deep and maternal in the sweep to her bottom line. Traditionally, to make that kind of rib cage in one, we got to shorten them up and ratchet that down, but that heifer has got a tremendous amount of stretch and still goes. Now, on the lead, we probably could change her a little bit. I think she's a female that when I look at her angles, down low, she catches her step, everything flexes all right, but her top line, her spine will rise up, and she maybe sinks down in her loin a little bit. We could change those attributes of her. Maybe she's just not as aesthetically pleasing on the go, but I still think structurally speaking, she covers her step and carries or covers a lot of ground. Heifer that comes in second is really nice. Another deep-bodied heifer, probably naturally a little better in her top line, a little leveler out of her hip. Her tailhead setting is probably more admirable than the female that stands in front of her. Starting to get a little extra condition as we start to study her there through her chest floor and around her tailhead there. Like to maybe exchange some of that and get her just a little further along in terms of just I'd like to change some of that extra fat and maybe just give her a little bit more width as an individual. I thought after that it was close. I ended up using this heifer in third because she's really nice numbered. Her dollar BMI is extraordinarily well. I think mechanically speaking, that heifer's deep-bodied and cowy. A little awkward in the way she goes out of her hind leg, a little bit more generic up front, but I thought her numbers were probably the most intriguing piece of the remainder of the class. Nice heifer that comes next, really strong-topped and level. I certainly appreciate this dark red heifer, or the conservative marked heifer's pigment around her eye, just a little bit more limited in her step out of her rear skeleton. Probably could stouten her up in terms of bone work. I like this heifer a lot that comes next. I thought her hind leg was really nice. I thought she was really attractive up through her front end. I just think for a big fall bred, she read a little bit lean, and I think it's kind of late in the game to be green yet, so I'm worried if she might be a little difficult fleshing. Feet and legs are extraordinarily good. Her look and balance is certainly very commendable as well. I like the length of front end and the depth through the midrib of this particular heifer. On the go, she falls out of balance. She'll kind of break in her loin, kind of pull in at her hock and get a little awkward in the way she plants from behind. The gentleman's heifer that follows her is moderate framed, really strong in the way that her spine hooks out the backside of her chine and her blade there. Female that could just be more further along in terms of fleshing ability. Probably like to see her a little bit more pronounced with calf too. And then we complete the class with a heifer that's strong topped and level made, getting a little coarse at the base of her teats, a little shorter stepping and giving up some mass to her contemporaries.
Your winner in Class 17, exhibited by Harper Rose Thorns, BACC 629 Georgia K, 356 ET. Second was Levi Womack with Womack Red Hot Lady, 32-37. Third was William Orbert with BLLWW Kaya with K42. Fourth was Charlie Bertzel with GTW 685 Miss Chieftain, 320. Fifth was Emily Greathouse with Grassy Run Franny, 14L. Sixth was Ashley Tutwilder with Dottie, and seventh was Jake Best with NCF Lady Gangster 2330, followed by Colton Smith with NCF Miss Power Faith 2331. Now in the ring is class number 18. These are senior yearlings.
Well, really thought-provoking top trio here. I think you could do a lot of different things and be justified. It's kind of dealer's choice in terms of where you're at. I think that for the wins is awfully, maybe a little more moderate than the cattle that stand behind her. I thought she was the toughest one for me to poke a major hole in. I think she's stronger top than the heifer that ends up in third. I think she's softer centered and just cowier than the heifer that ends up in second. And I still think she's probably a little sounder in the way she operates out of her front skeleton here. You know, we could tidy her up in terms of the skin that hangs down there around her front knees. We could probably do that to make her even better. Maybe work on her udder attachment a little bit. But I think that heifer's long hip, very flexible out of her hind leg, and still the right size. Young lady that comes in second here, I'll tell you what, young lady, you are a fantastic stick. You do a great job of getting the most out of your heifer, and if there's a showmanship contest, you'd have won it going away. I thought that you did this heifer is one that's got a great look from the side. She's very honest in terms of her condition. Just for a big fall heifer, I wish she was cowier looking. I wish she had a little bit more sweep down low. She's a little snug right there in her heart, maybe a little cinched up in her flank. Quality-wise, I think that heifer is fantastic. I just like to dial her back the angle to her shoulder and give her a little bit more rib, and if we do that, I think she wins in a hurry. There's obviously a tremendous amount of mass in the heifer in third, and I thought she made a strong play to start. There were times I certainly entertained using her because she just overwhelms her contemporaries. But on the go, she gets a little unorganized. She'll pull in at the point of her hock, get a little wobbly in her pasture, and she's a little easy in her top line, and then her shoulder blade or the edge of it maybe just rolls off of her forerib when we get the cattle on the lead. Heifer that comes next and fourth is stronger topped and smoother shouldered than the heifer in front of her. She too's one that's starting to get a little chubby down there through her chest. Maybe that detracts a little bit from her look here from the side. Maybe she needs just a little bit more just a depth to her flank to balance up and offset that extra just fill she's got through her brisket. Heifer that comes next, another long-bodied heifer, really strong in terms of her spine, starting to break in her loin and get a little bit caked up there around her tailhead. Maybe could give her just a little bit more stoutness down low to match her condition up high. I like the looseness of structure of the heifer that comes next. I think she's fresh at the top of her neck, really long out of her hip, maybe gives up total body volume to her contemporaries. We complete the class with a heifer that certainly got some depth, got some fleshing ability, reads a little bit tight there through her flank, a little frailer in her ground, and then maybe a heifer that's carrying more condition relative to some of her classmates.
Your winner in Class 18 is Hoyt Lawrence with Lantana. Second was Jalen Holt with Womack Magnolia Lady, 3131 ET. Third was Leighton Rhymes with OCFV, Miss Mav Pokerface, 23L. Fourth was Lindy Helsinger, BFPNR Novel, 64L. Fifth was Diana Kate Gululi, CES Allie Bell, H49A13. Sixth was Jaden Phillips with WLKR LF Mexico Lady, 216J, 3108L. And seventh was Sam Black with CES Reigns, 161A21. Class 19 is coming in the ring. This is our last class of the day. So I need all the senior class winners to be checked in the makeup area with seconds for your division senior yearling drive.
Well, we got a nice lineup of big fall breds out here, and like that for the winds awfully well. You know, it's always tough when they find the outgate and they kind of want to walk back towards the barn. It makes it challenging to get them set up. But this heifer's one that I thought just kind of outclassed the competition. She's not only just the most massive in her middle, but I think that she's extremely broody, but still puts herself together with a little bit more functionality from a structural standpoint than the heifer that ends up in second. Got a gorgeous set to her hip and hind leg. I think that heifer's got kind of a great brood cow look up front because she's got some length about her front end, but she's not so chiseled out that she doesn't look like she's going to have any fleshing ability. This female's awfully good. Now, we maybe could see her a little stronger in the way that her spine hooks up a little leveler from hooks to pins, but a good one to get started with here. Heifer that comes in second is pretty impressive. Excuse me, I told the young lady I was really impressed with her numbers. I think her bioeconomical indices, her dollar CHB and her Baldy Maternal Index, both rank in an elite sector of the breed's registration base. It's really tough to get cattle that have got phenotypic merit and still are that progressive on paper, and that's what the probably keeps this heifer in second. You know, structurally, I'd alter that heifer and redesign the way she's built up front. She gets a little prop forward in the angle to her shoulder, and consequently, she's just not quite as attractive on the go in terms of where her chest and her spine sets. Heifer that comes in third, big old hind leg on her, deep-bodied, cowy and broody in her make. Got a few extra teats back there that maybe we could change a little bit, but I like that heifer awfully well. Got some tail head and maybe gets a little easy in her top line the longer she stands, but that's a good cow prospect to stand in the 3-hole. Like the outline of the heifer that comes in 4. Got a little bit more stature and stamina and built into her top line. I think that heifer with her extra stretch and length maybe struck me a little bit green in her heart and flank. And again, we're getting pretty late in the game. That heifer to me maybe should have just a little bit more fleshing ability and a little bit more softness back there to where her twists and her flank naturally sit. Nice heifer that comes next. I like the fleshing ability. I like the boldness. This one's got a lot of outer projection to her cage and arc and spring to the top part of her rib design there. Wants to round out of her hip. Maybe just doesn't plant her hind leg with quite as much authority, even though she's got set built into her hock as an individual. Young lady's heifer that comes next, a kind of a big broody kind of female here. A lot of performance. Like that about that particular female. Starting to get more pronounced in her chest. Same story there in her hook bone, and she'll get a little easy in her loin on the go. Maybe not quite as big boned as the cattle on either side of her. We complete the class with a stout featured female here, one that's strong and where her top line hooks into her, kind of her shoulder. Just struck me a little bit more tubular in her rib design. Maybe could make her a little stronger in her loin as well.
Your winner in Class 19, Morgan Riley with a GGSC Coral 103L. Second, Katie Moser with BF Full of Life 60L. Third was Benton McClanahan with HR 7E Penny 52L. Fourth was Mary Hannah Gullett with KJ 746D Cocoa Cherry 328L. Fifth was Ellie Knight with SCC TRG 515 Dominette L60. Sixth was Laurel Mitchell with PDF 56D 87G Sadie's Piece 21L. And Emma White with BR Poppy 3241. Now coming in the ring is our Division Senior Yearling Drive. Attention exhibitors, this is our final division drive. So if you were a division winner or reserve division winner, you should be checked in the makeup area for our overall champion drive. We'll also be calculating our Premier Junior Breeder and Premier Junior Exhibitor. So we will also make that announcement after the selection of the champion. Hope you're still here. We can get pictures with you, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Still have cake up by the office at the Hall of Fame board up there. Be a good time. Go get you a piece, get settled in for our championship drive.
What a remarkable lineup of big senior yearlings out here, folks. If you don't mind, please help me congratulate these kids with a big round of applause. You guys have been an excellent crowd, and I appreciate everybody being here today to support these young people. I'll tell you what, this is maybe the most thought-provoking decision that I've had, and I think what's challenging about this is I could see about, 4 or 5 different ways somebody could go. There's a set of cattle out here that certainly are worthy of distinction of being champion or reserve in this division, maybe getting a piece of the whole show. Just kind of comes down to personal preference. I know that when you're standing ringside, those words traditionally rang out maybe just a little hollow, but it's true. There's a reason that they make like 30 different flavors of ice cream, because not everybody likes exactly the same thing. And if you probably can tell from my physique, I like all ice cream. So naturally, there's several cattle out here that I like pretty well, but maybe the flavor that's going to suit you a little better than me would not surprise me, because we got a very strong set of class winners. So I'll just talk about the cattle and tell you exactly what I think. I think they're all really good, and you can certainly make some of those decisions in your mind there, but I'll tell you what's been kind of rattling in my head and what I think about. So I talk a lot about problem-free cattle. And the reason I like problem-free cattle, because from a mating perspective, lots of times you can breed them to any kind of bull you want to if they're problem-free. And I think this heifer that wins the first class to me is very problem-free. She's strong on her top line. She's impeccable in terms of her balance. She's bold. She's dimensional. She's built right in terms of her structure. I like all those attributes of her. Now the question is there enough to her? Is there just enough there? She's not necessarily, narrow. She's a bold, dimensional heifer. She's just a little short. She's a little moderate all the way throughout. And so I really like how strong topped and composed she is, but I'm also going to admit to you that it's easier to be strong topped when you're a little shorter bodied. It's easier to be more composed when you're not as big and long. So this heifer to me is the most problem-free in her build, the most problem-free in terms of her balance. I just wish I could stretch her out and see her accompanied with a little bit just more total mass and volume in terms of maybe a little bit more length of body and grow power, but I just am so impressed with the way that one's built. She's built exactly how I like them. I just like to make her a couple ribs longer. Heifer that wins the second class out here is a power cow. I mean, this one is as big top and thick and dimensional as any of the cattle we've seen come through the ring today. I really like the stoutness of bone that she's got down low. I appreciate those things about her. And then for being a female that's out on the edge in terms of muscle up high, she's still pretty clean and extended up through her front end. She can cast an image from the profile that is really impressive, and I like those attributes of her. We maybe could stretch her out of her hip and pick her up in her pin bone just ever so slightly. Maybe, as you might anticipate, compared to some of these other females out here, she just doesn't have as much sweep to the bottom part of her rib cage. And we're talking about big bred heifers here that we want to look broody at this stage of the game, and maybe that's where we could change that heifer. But man alive, I'd love to have that one as a donor, and I think just like the heifer in front of her, she's one of the females in the mix that makes a great case to get a piece of this division. Heifer that wins the third class is the one for me that's is just awfully impressive. And I start thinking about weighing totals, and I think to me about which one do I want to go home and which one do I want to mate. This heifer has got some things that are extraordinarily hard to do. Her neck is a mile long. She's huge bodied, got a tremendous amount of sweep down low. And what's really impressive about this heifer, when I get directly in front of her, she's got a little bit of condition there in her chest. Looks like maybe she got just a little chubby as a baby, but she's extremely lean. I think when I look over her rib cage, that heifer doesn't have any fat over her loin or like her ribs. She's extremely lean. Probably the leanest heifer out here from her shoulder to her hip, and I think that just tells you how much natural body and presence and fill that heifer has to her bottom line. I really like her udder. Her teats are extraordinary, and I applaud you Hereford breeders that have made improving udder quality a top priority, because I think Hereford cattle work so well in crossbreeding programs, and the more you guys stay committed to improving udder quality, I think the more bigger share of the commercial bull market that you're going to get, and this female does it, and she's so feminine and extended up through her front end. It's just refreshing to see that countered up and matched there in terms of her udder quality. When I look at this heifer go, I think that she uses her hock. I think her feet are nice in terms of the squareness, the depth of heel. She catches her step every time. She just has some things I'd like to change about her. I think she's maybe the hardest one to build, but her flaws might be the most evident of any of the cattle in contention on the go, when she'll kick up in her top line and she gets a little easy there in her loin, and her tail head will want to rise on her. So I think those are kind of some aesthetic things that we could change, but I start thinking about which animal offers the most far-reaching pieces, which one probably puts together the pieces that are the hardest to accomplish in one package, it's maybe her, but at the same time, she's maybe got a flaw or two that might be the most evident of the cattle out here in contention. Heifer that wins the next class, super moderate, big-bodied, sound on her feet and legs, a little bit more generic in her look because she's rounder out of her hip and got just a little bit more chest, but an awful nice female here. Then the heifer that wins the last class. So this one, obviously, the tough thing about her is she's just not being the best teammate out here. She's not wanting to stop and show herself off, but she is absolutely massive middle. This heifer does what I've been asking all day in terms of generating performance, but do it in a package that is built towards longevity and cow efficiency in mind. It's easy to make them high performing, make them tall and long and skinny. This heifer is the right frame size, but she's so long-bodied, she's so thick, she's got so much center body capacity. You certainly anticipate her to wean off calves that are going to be big and performance-oriented. We need that, right? We got the smallest cow herd in the United States we've had since 1961 and the highest consumer demand for beef we've had since 1988. And there's a reason these things are worth $3.50 a pound as feeders, because we need beef. We're making a fantastic product because of producers like yourself standing ringside here. So people want more beef. We don't have enough cattle to get that done, so we got to be able to generate more performance and more weight. But we don't want to sacrifice cow efficiency. And I think this is the type of female that can do that. She's got the right kind of body cavity to thrive in production, yet still wean off calves that have got a lot of performance. Now that calf's starting to pull down on her midrib, and as a consequence, she doesn't hook her spine quite as strong out of the backside of her shoulder blade. For some, she's getting a little easy on her back pasture, and maybe we could pick her up in her pin setting just a little bit. So excellent lineup of cattle. I'm going to be honest with you guys. You could probably tell. I know I had to be nitpicky on them, but they're so good that you kind of got to be able to be tough on these heifers to make a decision. There's about 4 of them out here that I would love to put in my trailer and go home and raise one out of, because I think that they can make a big impact. And honestly, it might be just come down to who does the best job when it comes down to sire selection of putting these things together. So I'm going to give them one more look. I'll go select the champion reserve in this division, but this has been fantastic. Again, congratulations to you exhibitors.
Your champion division senior yearling comes out of class 19, Miss Morgan Riley with GGSC Coral 103L. And your reserve champion senior yearling comes out of class 17, Miss Harper Rose Starnes with BACC 29, Georgia K, 356. Now it looks like they're getting our final overall a final overall drive for the Hereford owned Heifer Show coming in the ring at this time. While we're here in our championship drive, I'd like to thank our judge for the day, Dr. John DeClerc from College Station, Texas, coming out and judging our cattle today and spending time with our kids. Let's give him a big round of applause for a good day of judging. Thank you.
Well, folks, we've had a remarkable set of cattle come through the ring today, and an even better set of kids. If you don't mind, let's put our hands together and then show our appreciation to these young people. I want to thank everybody for inviting me out today to get to judge this show. I've had an absolute blast. I mean, the quality speaks for itself. You could tell I kind of walk around out here smiling, just having the time of my life because of, I spent 10 years as a livestock judging coach and at Texas Tech and Iowa State University. So looking at good livestock is something that's been a passion of mine my whole life. My nephew show cattle, and obviously I work for the Simmental Association now, but kind of youth development, that component of this is so important to me. And you could tell that I tried to make sure that I got a chance to speak to every one of these kids today and joke around with them. I didn't really care what age their calf was. I just try to make sure that they smile and have a good experience because of my nephew show cattle, and I'll tell you that these kids are pulled so many different directions today. There's so many sports and different youth activity events that this is a very expensive event to get involved in, and I don't want those kids to go home and have a bad experience because I strongly believe this is the best youth development event that we've got in the country. And this is a vehicle for success. If you think about how many kids that have probably went through the Hereford Association that use this as a springboard, showing cattle to teach them some of the life skills that are going to be applicable to anything that they're doing, not only some of the industry leaders or some of the best breeders we got out there, but they're probably doctors and lawyers and the type of individuals that are making a mark on society. So I want to make sure that I had an opportunity and I had a blast talking to your kids today. I want to thank everybody at the show for what you do here. I'll tell you, since I've taken over or been going to be the executive vice president here at the Simmental Association, been getting to work with some of these regional events and some of these state associations, and lots of times it boils down to just a family or two that's willing to kind of shoulder the burden. So if you guys have got time, please thank some of the volunteers at this show because it's a grueling effort to put something like this on. And it's a thankless effort to do it. Most of the time, you just put yourself in a position where some, disappointed show mom or show dad might chew you out. But I promise you, the people running this show, they do it because they believe in the program and they want to provide a venue for these kids to get out here and showcase all the hard work that they've done. So please, if you get an opportunity, thank one of the volunteers that made this possible. I've been thoroughly impressed by the way this show has been ran, by the professionalism of the volunteers out here, and they've done a first-class job. So I'm going to try to, I got a bad habit of kind of getting long-winded. I want to be quick, but I got to brag on these cattle. I think that certainly they deserve that. We talked about the heifer that won that first division. I think her feet and legs are impeccable. I think she's great balance, and she's got a bright future in front of her. Heifer that won our fall division, I talked about her, that I thought that she was the one that her birth date and just her maturity pattern matched really well. I thought the shape to her head read like a calf ought to, and I think that she was as problem-free as any of the cattle that have come through the ring today. I think she's great on her feet and legs. She's built right in her structure. She's bold, she's dimensional, and she's got a really nice look up through her front end. Probably not going to be that big, stretched out, long, commanding show heifer someday, but I'd take 1,000 of them that look just like that in terms of functionality, and then she's still got a great look from the side and built with the type of power that insinuates she's going to be a generator. I like that female awfully well. We get to our summer division here. This heifer can really cast an attractive image from the side. She's feminine about her head and neck. She's strong in her top line. She's level in her make, and I think she's another female that you like in terms of her foot quality and the skeletal makeup that she has. Little gathered in her teats. More than anything, I just like to stout in the features she's got there to her jaw to give her a little bit more doability. Heifer that wins the next division here got to kind of our spring female. And I thought this heifer was one that just so impressive from the profile. She is downright dynamic from the side, and she is captivating when you drop off to the profile here. This heifer is so tall-shouldered, really almost looks like she runs uphill because she's got all that altitude up front. Her neck sets up on the top side of her shoulder blade, and it kind of shoots out of that cocky, alert fashion there. She's driven up in her chest and still really progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. I think she paints an image from the profile that certainly looks like it's worthy of a big show ring in terms of the way she's put together. She is carrying a little bit more condition down there through her chest, but I still read her in terms of her hooks and the top side of her neck to be extremely fresh as an individual, and I like that heifer in terms of her foot quality awfully well. We could maybe stretch her out of her hip and give her just a little bit more length for me all the way throughout, but that's being really critical. Love the heifer that was reserved in that division. I thought she was awesome in terms of her hip and hind leg design, probably a little longer and leveler out of her hip. Took a big ground-consuming stride. Was another female that had probably a nickel more length of body than that division winner. Maybe just not quite as neat up through her front end, and maybe one we could set back a fraction in terms of her knee. I like the cowiness of the heifer that wins the next division. You know, it does not matter. I was about 5 years as a nutritional consultant, and I got to consult for some of the biggest ranches in the Southwest, and you would not believe how many times people would incorporate Hereford genetics because of the attributes that this heifer exemplifies. Practicality, moderation, built long-term in terms of foot quality and structural correctness. You know, this heifer's got just a dab more chest as an individual. She's a female that maybe we could tidy up a little bit down low, but I think fundamentally speaking, she's awfully good. Then we get the big fall heifer here that's probably not being behaving the best out here in terms of her docility score right now, but she is one that is just absolutely massive. And I think that heifer kind of certainly exudes that broody look that you'd anticipate a Hereford show heifer to be, one that looks like she's about ready to lay down and have a great calf. She's got very refined teats. She's so long-bodied yet huge rib. That is an antagonism to me that is really hard to accomplish, to be that long and extended and still just so progressive in the sweep to her bottom line. Even though she's a mile long, she has no problem catching her step because she's got a big, stout, authoritative hind leg. She plants it with conviction. A lot of flex and give there to her hock. Now, kind of the give and take there is she's so long and so big rib that maybe she's not perfect in the way that her spine hooks up out of the backside of her shoulder blade. And then obviously I wish she'd just kind of stop and show herself off, because I think that heifer has got a fantastic look and is extremely high quality as an individual. Maybe could just strengthen her spine and maybe make her a little bit stronger in terms of her back pasterns there. So great lineup. I'm going to give them one more look. Again, thank you to everybody for the opportunity to come out. I've had a blast. It's been a lot of fun. These cattle speak for themselves. I'll go show you the 5 that I like the best.